Chair that I need to get going because we got a big agenda this evening, as you all know. Okay, y'all ready? Okay, very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, this is the meeting of the ad
Recording in
hoc.
progress.
Okay, I'll start again. This is a meeting of the Ad Hoc Philanthropy Committee. Today is Wednesday, September the 10th. It's 3:30. And I am now convening the meeting of the committee. As a reminder, some of our committee members may also be participating by video conference, so the staff will be managing video and auto feeds of all participants closely to make sure we have a legally compliant meeting at all times. I do not believe we have anyone on the video today, right? Okay, very good. I'll move on to public communication now. I would like to announce that.
Recording in progress.
Do I keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. I'd like to announce that in order to make it more accessible to our community members, we will hold public communications for the Ad Hoc Philanthropy Committee and the Board of Managers meeting at approximately 5:30. Unless a member of the public wishes to comment on the specific item of this agenda now. And do we have anyone that is interested in doing public comment for this meeting? Thank you. I do not believe we have anyone. So I will now proceed to the committee agenda. The first item we have is the approval of the minutes of the June 25th, 2025 Ad Hoc Committee meeting. Do I have a motion? So moved by Manager Valadez. Do I have a second? Second by Manager Jones. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? None recorded. Let's move on. Thank you. Second item, let us receive now the second item of the agenda, receive and discuss progress on the components of the philanthropy business plan, including a summary of the Austin philanthropy landscape, results of stakeholder perceptions and engagement, and an update on engaging council to form an entity. Do we have that presentation ready? Terrific, thank you so much. I believe Virginia and Kim, if y'all, just for the record, will state your name so that we can get it on.
Kim Gabadis, Grants Manager.
Virginia Potter, Director of Development.
Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to you. I believe you have a wonderful presentation to put forward.
Thank you. And Chairman, if I may, I had a few framing remarks before handing over to Virginia and Kim, which I'll go ahead and share. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, managers. A quick bottom line up front on the philanthropy current state. Austin's growth, our stakeholder momentum, and proven fundraising benchmarks point to a timely opportunity if we pair it with disciplined capacity and clear storytelling. Austin's new and fast-growing wealth is untapped and ready to be engaged. The region is young, high-earning, and rapidly expanding, with more donors using vehicles like donor-advised funds and giving circles. Yet, health equity remains underfunded locally. This is a prime opening for mission-aligned giving tied to measurable outcomes. Health system foundations achieve the strongest returns by investing in fundraising talent and infrastructure. High performers across system types, including safety net entities, show consistent ROI when they build experienced teams, run clear campaigns, and focus on high-impact gifts and grants. The operating lesson we are learning is to stage capacity growth and link investments to pipeline metrics and accountability. Local stakeholders show strong interest in collaborating and learning more about Central Health. From more than 60 cross-sector meetings this summer, enthusiasm to partner exceeds awareness, and alignment with our mission is very strong. This tells us interest is not the barrier. Timely engagement and tailored messaging are. We have a unique opportunity to shape the narrative for those unfamiliar with our mission and impact. Converting curiosity to durable partnerships will hinge on simple calls to action, proof points on system outcomes, coverage, housing, data, integrated care, and a package that speaks the language of funders and employers. What this means in practice: first, convert our most aligned advocates into early wins that build credibility. Second, grow awareness with funders, workforce, and business leaders in parallel. Third, bring back a draft philanthropy business plan in November with options on model, staffing, board composition, sequence targets, and metrics aligned to FY26 committees. And fourth, advance outside council review to ensure clear stewardship, governance guardrails, and non-duplication consistent with board guidance from June. Today's takeaway is straightforward. The moment is real, the interest is active, and the path is disciplined. Pair strategic capacity with focused storytelling, and we can translate Austin's growth into measurable, equitable health outcomes for all of Travis County. Thank you. Over to you both.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. So it's great to be with you all here again today since we last saw one another in June. So thank you for making this time for us. And if we advance to the next slide, we'll take a quick look at the agenda for today. And so we will review our committee feedback from our June meeting. We're going to underscore some takeaways from the bottom line that Pat just shared with us, Dr. Lee just shared with us. And then the bulk of our time today will be around the Austin Philanthropic Landscape Assessment and also digging into the awareness conversations we've been having with some community leaders that aren't always our natural audiences. And then we'll follow up with our next steps and some special call outs in the handouts today. And so if we look back to our session from June, you'll remember that we did another deep dive on our peer hospital districts. And we talked about how they engage with their communities, what some of their fundraising statistics are, how they view board accountability. And then we had some great examples from partners with some bylaws. So we took your feedback and have been incorporating that into all of our thoughts and all of our progress moving forward. But I highlighted some of the key themes there. One was making sure that we clarify roles and oversight across all our entities, across the enterprise, ensuring that strong governance and board diversity are high priorities for us. Retaining central health stewardship of funds and strategy is definitely essential. And then aligning fundraising and partnerships throughout the community to make sure we're not duplicating any efforts. And then continuing legal due diligence on council options. So if we move ahead to a summary of Dr. Lee's comments with the bottom line slide here, I just wanted to underscore a couple of things. Austin's wealth is really outpacing other cities that are similar in size. And like we said, they're really not, we haven't tapped into their support for health causes yet, and really underscoring the opportunity to give locally. I think that is a key time, especially in the world we're all living in. When we look at the health system foundations, their investment in making sure that they have strong talent and infrastructure really pays off in the long term. And then the real curiosity from our community leaders is super important to them understanding what we're doing. They want to collaborate, and that's something we want to leverage. And finally, I want to share that a lot of folks don't know the central health story in its entirety. And so that's actually a huge advantage of us. So we get to shape how they understand both our mission and our impact. And so all of this adds up to a real opportunity for central health right now. And to put this in context, I'm going to turn it over to Kim to share how the landscape assessment share more about the landscape assessment and what it means to all of us. Kim?
Thank you. So included in your packets, you'll all find the complete philanthropic landscape assessment. Our goal with that was to gather data on the current state of the philanthropy industry, identify trends in philanthropy and wealth management while highlighting those specific to healthcare fundraising, and get a preliminary understanding of what that means for Austin and a central health fundraising entity. So there's too much in that to cover in all the limited time we have today, so I want to go through the 5 things that stand out the most to us first. So first, compared to the rest of the state and country, Austin is young and wealthy and growing very rapidly. There's a lot of opportunity to cultivate a donor base that isn't currently involved in philanthropy and get them excited about our mission and impact. Second, corporate fundraising presents interesting opportunities, but they use distinct giving methods, and large cash commitments are less common than with individual donors or foundations. Third, charitable giving fluctuates year to year following economic trends as donors and foundations make financial decisions based on performance of their investments and portfolios. However, despite that, healthcare is consistently a high priority for donors, and so it has shown strong growth patterns. Fourth, funders in the healthcare space are prioritizing health equity. They're recognizing the importance of driving systemic change in order to truly improve health outcomes. And last, high-performing fundraisers throughout the healthcare industry represent many types of organizations, but they share some key characteristics, especially with regard to how they choose to invest their resources. So some of these are points about knowing what trends to pay attention to, but some are more actionable. So we're going to take a deeper look at the actionable points. Specifically, that's donor cultivation, funder interest and priorities, and what successful fundraisers look like. So if we pop to the next slide, to put it very simply, Austin is young and wealthy. Compared to the rest of the state and nation, we have a very robust young working population with very high personal and household incomes and some of the highest estimated disposable income in the state. And that's really important to visualize because knowing where the wealth is and who holds it is going to guide us as we determine the best strategies. So for example, philanthropy has historically been concentrated among older generations, with age being one of the key indicators of giving. But in recent years, that's actually been changing and it's become household income. So despite the fact that Austin is so young, there's still a lot of potential. The challenge is finding the right ways to engage these young donors, since they tend to steer away from traditional giving methods preferred by the generations that precede them, with more focus on direct participation and collective giving. So examples of that would be giving circles, donor-advised funds, or volunteering. Next slide, please. Oh wait, no, this is the right slide. This slide. So this is jumping to the fourth takeaway. Existing healthcare funders are making note of the systems level changes that are needed and making clear their strategies to address health disparities from the perspective of non-medical drivers like housing and economic stability. They're seeing the importance of integrating systems, sharing data, and working as a high-functioning ecosystem rather than individual nodes. That's a huge opportunity for Central Health to lean in and meet those needs. We've already positioned ourselves as a connector among providers, services, and patients, and we have the scale, integration, and resources to make the generational investments that are required for true health equity. But we need to show that to funders. Next slide, please. Finally, we can look at the high productivity performers. So each year, the Association for Healthcare Philanthropy publishes a report that analyzes healthcare fundraising entities in the US. They look at operational elements, so things like staffing models, fundraising methods, funding sources, et cetera. The evaluation, it includes community hospitals, safety net hospitals, private health systems, children's hospitals, and academic or research hospitals. So they isolate the top 25% of organizations by net revenue per direct fundraising employee and consider those their high productivity performers. Looking at the most recent report, what's interesting is that we see that high performers come from all system types. Success is not limited to huge institutions with billion-dollar investments. However, even with that vast diversity in system types, there are still common characteristics that stand out. Can we pop back one slide? There we go, right there. So the high performers, they tended to be connected to health systems with very high visibility or close ties to the community. They invested in strong teams that can run fundraising programs efficiently, often with more than 20 staff. They were often active in capital campaigns, which present a very clear, united call to action for donors, and they focused on high-impact gifts. Central Health is, of course, already positioned as a wide-reaching connector with close community ties serving the safety net population, and we have strong calls to action that we can build on, things like naming 2026 our year of access. We have room to build visibility among funders, which Virginia is going to get into shortly, but if we pair our existing strengths and opportunities for growth with investing in fundraising capacity and a multi-year growth plan, a Central Health fundraising entity really could become a high performer on par with all of these top organizations. So if you haven't already, I encourage you to read the report for yourself, see how we came to these conclusions. The final appendix of the report has a list of sources and further reading. You may find some of those interesting. But now I will pass it to Virginia to talk through the awareness meetings and our more anecdotal findings.
Thanks, Kim. All right, so now we've seen some of the characteristics of the best fundraising entities. And as you know, Vet Central Health already has many of those strengths. But one of the areas that we have room to grow is really visibility with particular audiences. And let me share a little bit about what we've been learning from the leaders in our community since our last update. If y'all head on to maybe 2 slides, there's a section slide, and then go on to the chart. Perfect. Thank you. So we learned something remarkable. 94% of the leaders we talked to across 5 different sectors see the value of Central Health. That's a huge takeaway. To get this read, we talked to over 60 leaders over just 8 weeks. 2/3 of those conversations were with people who are less familiar with Central Health. So think institutional funders, certain community-based organizations, and business leaders. We also made sure to go cross-sector. So we are bringing workforce leaders into the conversation, chambers of commerce leaders, really to connect health to economic growth. And we purposely limited our conversations to existing advocates because we wanted to test how we're really resonating outside of our health insiders. So what do we hear? So if we go to the next slide, we'll hear that awareness is solid, but it's not universal. So just over half of the folks we talk to say they know us moderately well. But here's the striking thing. Enthusiasm to partner is even higher than awareness. And this tells us that interest is not the barrier here. The opportunity is to bring them in early, build awareness, and really grow the relationship. And the most encouraging finding shows that almost everyone sees value in our mission. Not surprisingly, our community partners and our community health champions were most naturally aligned with us. But funders, on the other hand, know us somewhat, but they don't really know the detail when you start digging in, and they don't see how we fit. So that's a good signal for us that we need to sharpen the way we tell our story to funders and make the case for how this work directly ties to their priorities and outcomes in alignment with ours. So our plan to address this opportunity really is first with our closest advocates. We're going to turn momentum into action, meaning that we'll team up with folks on quick wins so that we can continue building credibility out there. And secondly, with our growth partners, so partners from workforce, business groups, funders, we're focusing on connection. This means tailored funder pitches, showing up at Chamber of Commerce and employer events, and piloting ideas to really show that linking health to economic growth is meaningful. We'll measure success by 3 ways: new partnerships converted into action, funding that we'll secure, and then awareness building in alignment with the work that our great communications team is already doing. So the headline is this: there's real interest, and we have clear next steps to really delve into developing lasting relationships. So if we look at the next slide, I want to highlight a few key opportunities that have come out of this work over the summer. In each case, the conversations weren't just about a meeting. For example, with St. Edward's University, we're exploring ways to strengthen the workforce healthcare pipeline, whether it's clinical placements, mentorship, or even other flexible programming. Our next steps are continued connection with our team and the Dean of Health Sciences on nursing, social work, occupational therapy, and other pathways as well. With Episcopal Health Foundation, the conversation really focused on generational health equity. They're focused on comprehensive care, community empowerment, and policy, and we're already looking at ways that we can partner with them on their food as medicine efforts. And then Pat and then Ed, the CEO from St. David's Foundation, had a strategic dialogue at St. David's last community impact meeting. The topics range from universal coverage to housing to data infrastructure, and the next steps there are really around figuring out what specific opportunities in those areas are there. And with the Austin Community Foundation that just happened recently, Pat had an initial meeting with Mike Nellis, the CEO over there, and it was about building a relationship, but also seeing the immediate potential for collaboration across healthcare, housing, and also workforce. So these early conversations really confirm that we're on the right track. Now we must deepen those relationships and turn the alignment that we have into tangible wins that will impact our community. So coming back to our recommended priorities, as we move from deepening our relationships, we have a clear path to strengthen our broader network and position Central Health as a clear leader. So if we look at the next slide, we'll see that there are a few ways here that we can continue to build our momentum. We're actively connecting with new donors who are excited about the innovative approaches we have to healthcare. These relationships are promising, but they're early, but they are critical to building the resource base that we need. We're going to continue to deepen our ties with foundations and share our priorities with them. The goal isn't just about funding. It is about building partnership and having alignment on strategic initiatives throughout the community. Then, as you know, Central Health already plays a unique role as funder and convener, so we need to continue to lean into that piece of our role in the system and connect across different partners, amplifying our impact wherever possible. Then we are examining how can we be as strong as we can be to make sure that we have the internal capacity to actually convert these relationships we're talking about into meaningful opportunities. Personal outreach will continue to be a cornerstone. The one-on-one conversations don't just expand our network and uncover alignment. They actually allow us to take awareness into tangible collaboration. And finally, we're going to work with our communications team to continue to elevate Central Health's profile with partners with the potential to deepen the understanding of partners on who we are, what we do, and why valuing our mission matters. So, if we go on to the next slide, you'll see that the next steps here will have us continuing our one-on-one conversations, exploring the legal requirements, and we'll hear more in just a bit about that. Continued draft plans for fundraising, staffing, and board membership. And you've heard me mention this before, all of these pieces we're working on are disparate pieces of a combination of pieces that will be combined to create a business plan for this development work, while staying aligned with our budget and finance and infrastructure committees. So our next meeting isn't until November 19th, but we will be bringing a discussion for the business plan there. And if it's helpful at this point, I can actually point you all to a handout in the packet that, go ahead. Is that going to help us?
Well,
Manager May?
are we talking about the plan that you put together?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could just hold up a little bit before we
Great.
go there.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're done with this part of the presentation, let's
am.
ask for some dialogue and discussion from the group.
Yep, because all I have is the contents of the handouts. It's just so you know, it's the philanthropic report. It's the business plan that Manager May and I outlined, that Manager May and I are talking about.
And we can talk about that in a
Yep.
little more detail.
Yep.
Let's
Get questions
I don't want us
first?
to leave this piece
Yep.
before us getting into that.
That sounds good.
But I want to make sure that you're done
I am.
with this.
Thank you.
Okay, if I may, okay, so you talked about your next steps, then you had your June questions, and the contents, okay, so that's where you're at, okay.
Yep, that's where I am.
All right. Committee members, let's see if you have any questions or if you want to discuss anything a little deeper and more dialogue. And let me first start with Manager Jones, since we seem to leave him out sometimes when we get started. I'll start out with you.
Thank you very much for acknowledging that too. First of all, thanks very much. This is very helpful and very informative. I have sort of philosophical questions that perhaps you can help me. In terms of our strategy, are we looking at our philanthropic efforts from a nonprofit outside of a governmental agency operation collaboration? So are we talking about developing a alliance that will allow us to get funding but not have to deal with the political process of going through city council, to commissioner's court?
That's right. And so this would be an entity, much like our peer hospital districts have other foundations. It could be a foundation structure, it could be something else, and I think we're at that inflection point to get some advice from council down the road later today and in the future to see what that entity would look like, but it does actually act as a public charity. It could.
So it would be a 501?
It could be. I
Or it
think
could
that
be a
we're still,
variety of options. Okay.
yeah, there are options.
Okay, the second thing is that, and I like the idea, I want to be clear of that, I think that it's something that we really need. But the question is, us around the table are not going to be necessarily us around the table 10 years from now. So helping the citizens to understand what this is, where we're going, why we're going, is going to be critical. Because one of the challenges we have as a district, unlike some of the other districts, well, one particular one I'm familiar with, is that we didn't do a good job, in my view, of helping the citizens to understand what the hospital district is.
Right.
So now we're going to have a 501c or some foundation or some other collaboration that works with it
Yep.
and helping them to understand now what is the difference between what they do
Right.
and what they're doing and are my taxpayers. So I just want to be clear that we do a thorough job in helping them to understand that.
That's great. Yes, we would. It would be part of the joint communications plan for sure. Thank you, Manager Jones.
And just one other comment. I think it's important also, especially in this time of federal cutbacks and the like, to emphasize the importance this can play in terms of doing that, but face the realities that we're going to be dealing with some foundations that are not necessarily on the same page for our population, and that's the other question. Even though we're going to be a 501c, our main mission, at least for this institution, is the poverty group. So are we going to start changing that, some kind of affiliation, to make sure you don't get caught up in, well, this part of the organization does this part does that,
Yeah.
and get a certain group of people saying, yeah, we'll fund that over there, but not if you're going to do these kinds of things. So the political context come in.
Right.
So
No,
those are my two major things,
Okay.
comments I'd like to make.
Thank you.
If I may, Virginia, can we make sure that we document those and add them to our list so that at some point we're able to come back and
Of
see if we
course.
can check them off or if we've answered those already for purposes of the interest of this committee?
I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Manager Jones? Thank you so much, sir. Madam Chair?
I have a question on so the recommended priorities relate to some activities that are occurring, now as we're developing, as you all developing the business plan, et cetera. And the first two are engaging emerging donors and then cultivating foundation relationships. So we're having conversations now. So I want to understand, what is the messaging that relates to a couple of things: not duplicating, not competing with other entities, and are we running into people saying, well, you have a tax base, what do you need our money for? So, and the reason I'm raising those things is, particularly for the environment we're sitting in now, we do have a tax. I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing this, I'm just saying, we do have a tax base. There's a lot of nonprofits out there that need money, and other entities that need money that are also fundraising. So what are we doing? I mean, I know we talked before about, these projects are collaborative projects and that sort of thing. But when we go in and talk to an emerging donor or cultivate a foundation relationship, how is that process and that messaging incorporating our intent to not duplicate or compete?
The way we're approaching it now, and I think it's going to continue to evolve, Manager Kitchen, and we will be including kind of the tight business case within the actual business plan draft, so you'll be able to see that. But the way we've been approaching it in conversations is really doubling down on the unique value proposition that only Central Health has, that we're uniquely situated to be able to serve the population we serve at scale, and that we haven't gotten too far afoot into the conversations around tax base versus not. These are early stages of conversations to make sure that folks are aware that we're out there. What do we actually do? A lot of folks think we're just a clinic, one clinic, they're not sure. And so this is really the awareness stage, but so we can incorporate the pieces that you're referring to make sure that folks understand we aren't coming out of the gate to duplicate any efforts. We are going to be acting in partnership and have a very specific role in the community.
Okay, that's helpful, because we don't do what we do alone.
Right.
We do what
need
we
others.
do with many partners in the community, and we don't want to be just my impression, I don't think we want to have conversations with donors and foundations acting like we're doing stuff alone, and
Definitely.
and yes, we're unique, and I think you had another line that, oh, here it is, leveraging our position as a connector and a leader, and for bigger projects perhaps that include entities that we're also working with.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that when we're messaging right now that that's part and parcel, because
Yes.
I also am wondering if does the rest of do our partners, I don't know if partners is the right word, do the people we work with, the community organizations we work with, do they know that we're pursuing a philanthropy plan and a foundation plan? I'd rather them hear it from us than from a foundation that they're also trying to ask for money from.
Yeah, there hasn't been necessarily a formal communication on that broadly, but in the discussions, it has come up where they've asked, well, tell us more about what your future growth looks like. What is that? How will you be able to support that level of growth? That seems huge. And so when the door is open, we have brought that to their attention, and it's been well received. I think that there are questions around, well, what would that look like? And what would you focus on? So what's been encouraging from these discussions is that the fact that they want to know more instead of retreating from the discussion or throwing up a barrier immediately, saying, well, why do you need to do that?
Well, that's good to hear, because
Yeah.
I didn't know how people
Yeah.
would react, if they would react by saying, you've got tax base, why do you need that? But I do think, let me just say one other thing. It might be timely, I'll look at the chair for this and working with Dr. Lee, to pick up the phone and call some of our partners and say, hey, we're creating a philanthropy, process. So,
Well, and to that point,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask Dr. Lee to discuss or to share with us some of the meetings he has been having with some of our partners. Would you do that for us, Dr. Lee?
okay.
Of course, thank you, Chair May and Chair Kitchen. And just to amplify on Virginia's comments and respond to both these questions, I've had the privilege of being in some of these key meetings. Virginia's obviously done many more. So a couple thoughts. Last week when Dr. Good and I presented the opening to the ambulatory strategy and I provided some opening remarks, those are very much the opening remarks that we are honing and that we're getting a strong response to. And to briefly recap, we're talking about a local payer, provider, public system. We're locally owned, responsive, high trust, we know folks, and we're accountable, and we can also move nimbly when we need to, more nimbly than state and federal structures. Payer in lots of interesting ways. We have Sendero, we have MAP Basic, we have CHAP, we have all kinds of interesting synergistic ways that we are working together within our structures toward providing coverage, HAM, SIMS, and maybe work with food services and others. So coverage is a very interesting strength that we have that others don't necessarily have. Provider, there's direct care, community care, our specialty care, but there's also a lot of partner care. And as we will hear later this evening when we talk about the budget, but I'll mention it here, we have done the work of actually totaling up. And together we have 309 employed providers, but we have over 11,000 network providers between MAP and Sendero. I don't think we've done the work of clearly communicating the size and scope. I believe over 1.2 million visits are contemplated within our network in the next year. serving 209,000 individuals in our community. So these kinds of points of scope, I think, that work is done with our partners and some directly, right? So it is a combination, but to your point, Chair Kitchen, and some of that provision of care occurs beyond the typical medical boundaries. We're talking about nutrition, transportation, education, housing. Obviously, we don't deliver all that care ourselves, so we connect and provide a lot of times the care and navigation component with many, many partners. And so we're always emphasizing that point. Public, we feel the responsibility of making sure that our outcomes accrue back to the tax-paying public of Travis County to deliver exceptional value over the long term to Travis County taxpayers by diversifying these revenue sources, by making sure that we're truly going upstream and preventing the fires rather than just fighting them once they're already blazing, and that we want to use that position very responsibly, and then system, that we know that when we connect these things together as a true system rather than a fragmented journey, which is what we typically experience in this sort of market-driven healthcare system, that just gets better for everybody. So as we differentiate that particular, what makes us different, we're getting a lot of positive response, and increasingly so from those who are really read in, like Episcopal Health Foundation, for example. They're deeply aware. St. David's are deeply aware of what breaks, and so they really like that message. At some point, with some funders, also Community Foundation, same idea. We have a lot of very informed partners. When we go deeper into the current moment, right, the federal retreat, the state retreat, we make the observation that we know that our partners of the city and the county are capped in their year-over-year tax rate. That means that when funders lose funding, they are coming to us. We've had that experience, I think, as the board is well aware. The degree of needs and requests coming to us far exceeds our capacity, and will continue to far exceed our capacity. We have to be focused, we have to be strategic, we have to make sure that every dollar counts multiple times and really integrates toward an overall vision of access and equity. And so that is what we are intending to do. And I think what we're presenting is that we are uniquely positioned not only to channel the taxpayers' investment over the years to come, but also to potentially channel other strategic investment to move the work forward, that we're building the ability to deliver in our Central Texas community, uniquely for Central Texas, in a way that no other entity for the safety net in health can do or will do, we believe.
Dr. Lee, if I may, because I know you've had some really good meetings.
Yes.
'Cause, of course, Virginia has kept me informed. But here's my question to you regarding those meetings. Have there been any objections that you either sense or they outright put forth in these meetings?
Interestingly, no, not that I have heard, Virginia. Yeah, which we would have actually expected to hear more of.
Yeah.
So it's in ways surprising that we haven't heard any. Maybe it's the sign of the times. I'm not sure, but interestingly, no. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
That doesn't answer my question.
Well, go ahead.
Because I want to know, when you sit down with someone, do you say to them, and we are leveraging the dollars for our partners, we're doing programs with them, because we are well positioned to be the key person in the space of fundraising.
Yep.
So where does that leave the smaller entities in our community? And I think that every time we talk about how we're unique, and I like what you said, local payer, provider, public system, I would want to append some language to that that says that works in collaboration with our partners in the community.
Yep.
And then at the right time, I'm looking to the chair here, I think it'd be important to pick up the phone and call some of our key partners that also have to do a lot of fundraising. Because if I'm sitting in a large nonprofit and I know I've got to do a lot of fundraising, and I hear that Central Health is fundraising, the first thing I'm gonna think is they're competing with me, and they're better positioned to compete with me, and they're using public dollars to compete with me as a nonprofit. So we just need to intercept that and take our collaboration message not just to the funders, but to our partners. So that's what I'm thinking.
Just piggyback off of her comment also as well, is that you indicated that there are models of other districts who have done that. I think it would be helpful to give examples of this. I know the Harris County Hospital District used to have a lot of collaborators, but they were the umbrella for all of this. And so I think if we could get some examples, we don't have to model them, but just examples of how they worked that out, that might answer some of those types of questions.
Yeah.
And Manager Jones, as you may recall, the last meeting that we held prior to the summer, there was a large appendix in
Yes.
which we reported on exactly those comparators across the different districts, from Parkland to Harris to University Health and others.
And we, if I may, Dr., we can, for the next time we meet, we can bring that back up.
pull 'em
So
out.
review it
Yep.
one more time. That way, it's fresh in our minds, because let's face it, we haven't met since the summer.
Yep,
And since then,
we can
everybody's
do
been on
that, for sure.
vacation, so to speak. So, yeah, we can, let's do that
And
and
it might be
review it.
helpful to invite one or two
Good idea.
representatives from these districts just
Good
to come
idea.
and talk about how
Yep.
challenges they have at some point. I'm not saying right now, but at some point.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I have a question in terms of the talking points. Now, we are a taxing district and receive a lot of money. I think we need to be very clear to what this will do in addition to what we have. I think it's not just for the purpose of collecting additional funding stream. There needs to be a purpose and clearly and identified why we are reaching out, why we're creating this. So I think having that clear objective is necessary, and in a way that we can justify, and that justification need to be clear to the funders and the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may now turn it over to Manager Valadez.
Well, I thank you for providing the information and for my colleagues on the board to show support for this effort. But we don't want to take a misstep and miss this opportunity to be able to show the community, to show our taxpayers what it is that we're trying to accomplish. Anybody who pays a tax bill knows what this money is going to. If they don't, then they're not aware of the fact that we're building their homes and their businesses. We are representing and providing healthcare services and health access to healthcare services to the very population that is upon which their community is built. And that is what they need to understand first. So we're not going to have any kids in school if they're sick. You're not going to have a labor force if they're sick. You're not going to have this, that. You're not going to have anything. No one's going to be building your houses. No one's going to be building your streets. Nobody's going to be doing anything. And those are the very people that we have got to show the community that we're actually doing that. I think that's one of the reasons I am always wanting to know, how are we measuring the fact that we are decreasing the disparity gap? How are we showing that? How are we proving that? We have to be able to quantify that more and more people are actually receiving services, and that they themselves are turning around and giving back to the community by providing what it is that they normally do. We're their voice. We're created by the legislature to do that. We are the ones that have to provide that service. We don't want to be in a position of competing with them for the dollars that they may not have. But they need to also work with us to make sure that they are doing their jobs, not just collecting a dadgum paycheck. And we all know what some bureaucrats can do. We all know that what some people on the front lines should be doing and may not always do. And I think that's because they don't have a true understanding of how the system works and have a true picture of who we're providing services to. And so that needs to be made very real so that they can understand why it is we need their support to create this entity, if in fact we do need that entity. Because we need to be able to show, we need to prove to ourselves that that's necessary. I don't know that we have, and I think that that's something we need to be able to do. And I'd like to also make sure that we understand, as we're talking about equity, and as we're talking about demographics and improving the quality of life for the population that we serve, then we need to also have their voices on this committee, on this philanthropy committee. Because what tends to happen is we have people from the top who don't have that lens perspective or lived experience making decisions when they don't even know what they're doing. They don't know how it's going to impact the quality of their life. And so as we look at these people that we're reaching out to,
Where do they fit in?
where are our voices that we're supposed to be representing and providing services to? Where are they here?
Yeah.
I don't see them, and that's a constant. To me, that's a constant reminder that I don't want us to miss the boat. I don't want us to misrepresent ourselves. We can be doing great for the system, but we're not here to support a system. We're here to provide services to those that don't have it, to the most vulnerable, to the marginalized, to the voiceless. That's what we're here to do. And so in doing this, if we can get our people who partner or who sign on because they want to help benefit, they want to help bridge those gaps, close the disparities gap, and raise everybody's quality of life so that we can truly be a model, then they need to be there at the table.
Right. If I may be responsive to your comments, Virginia, I would ask for us to just take a little step back, not a big one, but a little step back and go back and double check ourselves, and if necessary, see if we can canvass the very voices that Manager Valadez is talking about, if we could have their input. I'm not going to presume to tell you how to do it or what to do, but if you could take a step back and perhaps do that and then include that information for the next time we meet.
We purposely were trying to reach audiences that Central Health doesn't already engage. So that our communications team is very, very deeply engaged with the voices that you're referring to. And so we purposely we're expanding our reach to a different set of audiences that could be complementary to the information that Ted and team have already been collecting. So we'll make sure that we marry the two up. We can talk more, Ted, about that. But yeah.
Just to clarify, that's exactly what I'm saying. If they do not understand the need for this, then they don't know who they're providing services to.
Correct.
They don't know what their base is, who's making them wealthy. They don't know. They don't have a clue. So we need to educate them. And business owners who have construction companies, who are building subdivisions, who are building our roads and industrial warehouses and things like that, they know who's out there doing the job.
Yeah.
And if they're not healthy, if they're not better able to provide those services, then it's not going to work.
Sure.
It's going to fall into itself. And I think we're watching a country falling into itself, and we don't want to be a part of that. What we want to serve as a model
No.
for
Understood.
how not to do that and
That's
how
right.
to better improve
Thank
the
you.
quality of.
Thank you, Manager Valadez. I have Amit on the line as well. Amit, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. This may not be a question, so I hope you all forgive me, but I'm pretty.
Can't
compelled
hear
by-
you. Cannot hear you well.
okay. Can't hear me well. Okay. Never mind. Sorry
Yes.
about that then.
Maybe speak into your speaker.
How's that? Is that helpful?
Oh, God, sorry.
Can you hear that at least?
Well, do
We
your
can hear
best.
him
Do your best
online.
at this point.
Oh, they can hear me online, it sounds like. So there may be an audio issue
Could be.
in the room.
They can't hear you over there. Staff can't hear you either.
Okay. It seems like yeah. Yesenia said that online they can hear me. Did you hear Yesenia say something just now?
Can y'all hear me? Testing.
Sounds like you can't hear
Test.
Yesenia either. Uh, okay, I think you
Just
can't hear
give it
Yesenia.
your best shot.
You can't. You can, apparently there are sound issues. You cannot hear the people online, but the people online can hear each other.
Must be my 71-year-old ears. Okay, you want to use it on the phone? Okay, in the meantime, do you mind if I put my comments out? Would you be comfortable with that, or you want to keep going? Okay. All right. I think he's good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
Perfect.
Let me just mute my computer really quick.
okay,
Mute the computer, right?
There's an audio issue,
Well, it's gonna
and
walk
it
off.
sounds like the folks online, we can hear each other, but nobody in the room can hear us. So that was affirmed by Yesenia, so just
People
FYI.
online. Who are the people online?
What I wanted to say is that I'm really compelled by the question that Chair Kitchen asked, and that the remainder of the group has continued to sort of ponder. And I really think that differentiation messaging is going to be super important. And the way I see it, and forgive me for arriving late, is that there's sort of three buckets. You know, we have the group of donors, or individual donors. We have philanthropic partners in as much as foundations, who can be peers, but can also, of course, be sources of funding. And then we have the CBOs in the ecosystem. And when it comes to all three of those sort of buckets, this differentiation of messaging is extremely, extremely important. And what I mean by differentiation is a differentiation of the value proposition, right? And I think that we have, individual donors who are effectively impact investors. They're investing in an outcome. Their ROI on their investment is, theoretically some sort of outcome in a community condition that they'd like to see. And so I think crystallizing what that outcome is going to be extremely helpful. And I think, it's going to take time for that to happen as the vision evolves, but I think Pat kind of got a good start on that. I think it's going to be helpful for us to visualize in our mind's eye where we are in 3 years with the foundation and what the true purview of those dollars would be and what community conditions we hope to be solving from those dollars versus, of course, the tax dollars, and if that can effectively be differentiated. And secondly, the same as far as messaging with other fellow foundations, I might imagine, understanding how we may approach this in a collective impact sense as far as closing gaps in needs or solving for certain community conditions. And then finally, when it comes to the CBOs, I really am compelled by the notion of making sure our communication is strong there. When I was at United Way, there was it was a really problematic thing that CBOs often felt that United Way was sort of burning up all the oxygen in the room. And the value add of a United Way, which is really sort of a connector and a convener, is often difficult to communicate to fellow CBOs. So somehow being able to be ahead of that message, be really clear about what the purview is, and also be very clear about how, and I think this is what United Way does well, how this work can sort of help, raise the tide so that all boats rise. And I think that's going to be really important as well. So I just wanted to chime in with that. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties.
No, not to worry. Thank you very much for those comments, Amit. We'll see about how we can incorporate it as we move into the next item, the next month's items, okay? Rest assured that we will take those into consideration. With that being said, does anyone in this committee want to respond to his comments? No? All right. Thank you, Amit. Okay, I have just a question for us, and that has to do it's under the section of recommended priorities, where we have the item, invest in fundraising capacity. Can you talk to us a little more about what that means?
Okay. It beats, Manager May, when we think of the best practices from the other hospital system foundations that are noted in the report, most of them made an investment in both talent and infrastructure and found that it paid off over time. And so we have to be very thoughtful, depending on the different scenarios we'll have about proceeding, what that could look like. So there's a difference between major gifts fundraising versus fundraising for general program or gap closure. Or there could be a scenario where both of those are true at the same time. So how do you resource for that? So those are exactly the next set of questions we'll be grappling with to make sure we can come back to you all with a set of different scenarios with optionality to say, hey, here's how we're thinking about it. What do you think? What are we missing? And also with a recommendation of, we think this is where we should at least get started to keep the momentum going.
Okay, thank you. And then another comment that I have, this related back to Chair Kitchen's questions, and then, of course, the response that Dr. Lee had as well. When we look at our messaging, it would seem to me that it would be most appropriate if we're going to be, as a result of creating this, when the time arises, that part of our messaging needs to be real clear that we're filling in gaps, that that's what this money is intended to do. Wherever it is that we're not able to potentially fund a particular service or a particular organization or continue to fund them, that we'd like to maybe move them in this direction. That's what it's going to be doing, is filling in those gaps so that we're not dropping people off. The other piece of that, and I'm just going to borrow from Dr. Lee's comments about next year, that this is supposed to be the year of access. So I think that it would be really critical for us in uniformity to continue on that trajectory. That this is, and the only way we can do that, or the way we would be able to do that in order to achieve this access so that we're more equally servicing our population, is indeed by having a foundation like this, or again, a group like this, if that's the case. I just want to, those are the thoughts that came to my mind. And then I just want to underscore, I think it's, you heard from this committee, it's going to be really important that we solve for ourselves this, that we're not competing with other organizations, because once we enter the field, we will be the gorilla in the room. It's going to be real clear. We'll be that gorilla in the community. So I want to make sure that we're staying on top of that. Okay? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Just in the concept, the governance of this, or of this structure, has there been any thought of that? Would that fall under the rubric of the district, or would they be a separate independent 501c that had no obligations to have those things?
We've had some discussions on that in the past before, but it was not solved. That is all still what we're trying to ascertain. But I'll let the staff respond to that, because they might have moved that along the line here, and I may be unaware. So,
Well, just quickly, the reason I said that is goes to the question you raised.
Yeah.
If we're wanting to do one thing, and this entity over here wants to do something else that may be tangentially related, but not necessarily connected, who makes the decision? And I know you can't answer it now, but those are the kinds of.
indeed. Yes.
If I recall, in the past, there was an idea that was brought forth to create a 501c because it gives Central Health more flexibility in the spendings. So in what we can do, given that we're public funded dollars, we're restricted in how we spend it. So I just want to bring the committee to that attention. The freedom and flexibility of if we had our own 501c, and we can think about the governance and how it works, but also allows us to do more. So that was really my point.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and I can respond to that briefly. Manager Pope. We have talked about it, like Manager May said, but it was brief. We didn't come to resolution. And what we did say is there needs to be clear lines of alignment and accountability between whatever this entity is and our Board of Managers at the district. And so some of the best practices from our peers show that, yes, while this other entity could have its own board and likely will, there are direct connections back to the district, whether that shows up as two of the board members that are on the hospital district board are also on the foundation board and things like that. You can also address it with reporting, but there's several things that we are looking at in consideration to be able to bring back with our recommendation for the governance, so you can see, what level of comfort you have and what input you might have for us.
And I think the bottom line there, Manager Jones, and as we discussed with the board, there are multiple ways to achieve the alignment, but the purpose of the foundation will be to advance the mission of Central Health, and the control of the foundation will be through Central Health. So there are multiple ways to accomplish that, but that will be the effect of the structure, whatever structure we land on.
And I agree, but we're living in times now where people say one thing. 5 years later, or 2 years later, it's a whole different picture. So I just want to make sure this is out there.
Yeah, it'll be hardwired into the governance documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Manager Valdez.
At some point in time, Madam Chair, I'd like for us to have, even if it's just a small amount of time, allocated so that we can go into, discuss this as a board in executive session. Because there may be some comments that we want to make, but we wouldn't want to make them.
Indeed, and so you're talking about maybe us doing in this committee, but doing it in exec session. I'm sure we can arrange for that next month, or next time we meet. Absolutely, consider that done. Let's see, I do want to, I know,
Matwani?
Madwani, Manager Matwani, do you have any more comments? No, thank you, sir, appreciate it. Okay, so I know we kind of stopped at the recommended priorities because I didn't want to get too far away because I knew people would be thinking about a lot of stuff. Can I have you maybe just conclude your presentation by going through items 15 and 17, and then if you would, ever so quickly, we still have a little time, walk us through the philanthropy report in Travis County. I know you sort of summarized it, sort of, kind of, but I'd like for you to point that out because I thought this was a real good report when I read it.
Thank you, Manager May. Just to clarify, we are aiming to end at 5 o'clock, and a portion of this does need to be in closed session for an update from outside counsel. So would you consider the recommendation of, may I walk through the business plan outline that we worked on with you very briefly, and then move to the outside counsel update from Monica?
Absolutely.
Is that all right with you?
And I apologize, I was under the understanding, at least from council, that we were not going to do a closed session. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, if we needed to, we can.
Oh. Okay, so we are going to. Okay, and we're running out of time, so
Let's do it.
let's go ahead and move on then to closed session. Then if that's the case, let's see, let me read my thing here. I announce that the committee is convening in closed session to discuss agenda item number 2 under the Texas Government Code 5551.071 with consultation with attorney. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and close the.
No, you don't close it.
Oh, okay.
You just move into.
Okay, I'm moving into closed session. Okay, and the time now is 4:35. The day is September the 10th, 2025. Okay.
Isn't it?
Can you try speaking
Oh,
to see if folks can hear you?
Am I allowed to open it up?
Hello?
Yes, okay. All right.
Speaker.
We are back in open session. The date is September the 10th, 2025. The time is 4:46. And I'm going to go and turn it back to Virginia, who will complete her report. And Virginia, I believe that you have one more slide, which is, no, we've already done the next steps, haven't we? Okay, so I'd like for you to now, if you would please, review the other materials that you have in here, because I think that you have a very good report that was done, and I want you to highlight what we have here for the rest of the benefit of our committee members.
That sounds great, Manager May. So as usual, we have our June committee questions, and as you pointed out well earlier, that we're keeping that running list and taking those into account each time we're updating our work. I'm going to turn it over to Kim to give you a few highlights in the report that is in your packet.
Kim, you have 5 minutes or less.
Okay, quick clarification. Do you want me to walk through table of contents style or highlights style?
Highlight.
Okay, so in your report, we have the main body of the report is where all the information is really going to be. There are 3 appendices that have some notes on local funders, the awareness meetings Virginia talked through, and then the sources. Through the report itself, I would highlight the primary recommendations in the executive summary at the top, which we went over. Those are each based on the report on general giving. So the interesting thing that I didn't touch on before that I'd like to highlight is the 2025 tax cliff. There's some language in here explaining that, but we know that some tax policies are changing, and that may change donation patterns, foundation patterns, how those things are moving forward. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on, and is outlined a little bit more here. Interesting trends. Oh geez, I'm trying to pick what's the most important and interesting. The section on individual donors on page 3, there's some interesting information on wealth transfer generationally. That is worth looking at. I don't know if I'm hitting on anything that is actually helpful here. Just walking through the content.
Do your job.
Okay. In the section about foundations, I want to point you to donor advised funds, DAFs. Those have been growing in popularity recently substantially. What was given out in grants in 2023 is more than, or almost double what was put out in 2019. There are, 1.7 million DAFs out there. They're very underutilized. They're a very popular giving method, especially for young people, for new philanthropists. And we know that there are hundreds and even thousands of them in Texas, but there are also a lot that we don't know because most of them are held by financial institutions. So Fidelity, Bank of America, so working in the wealth management space there. There's a lot of potential. That's maybe one of the most exciting and interesting untapped potential options for us. Looking at corporate giving, what I want to point out, I mentioned that their giving methods are distinct. Corporate giving is mostly carried by employee-driven giving programs. So if we want to be engaging companies, that's going to start with engaging the employees, talking to them about how to create these structured giving programs, and interacting that way, starting at the community level, at the employee level, and building corporate giving programs in that direction, which is a little bit unexpected, I think. And then looking to this section on high performing, you know what, actually, I think I'm going to stop with the DAFs and the corporate.
I think that's a good idea.
The important highlights. I'll cut that
Yes.
off there.
All right, very good. Good job. Okay, I want to really encourage all of us to get the document that was presented to us and take it home and go through it, because I found it very interesting. And I think it might help inform us as we move forward as well, to keep that in mind as we move along this process. With that, are there any more questions or comments regarding the work at hand? Okay, well, I think we are then done. I will take a motion then for adjournment. It's been moved. Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it in red?
Well, it's probably lost in these sheets. Okay, I got it. Okay. Confirm, okay, we want to confirm. Okay, my next item is, I got to confirm the next regular board meeting, managers, our next central health Ad hoc Philanthropic Committee is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, November the 19th, 2025 at 2:30 here at Central Health Headquarters, 1111 Cesar Chavez, Austin, Texas, 78702. At this time, I'm ready to accept a motion for adjournment. It's been moved by Manager Valadez, second by Manager Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Any abstentions? Any noes? All right, well then, motion passes, and I would now go ahead and move forward for adjournment. Thank you.
Okay, can I start the meeting or do I have to wait till 5? Because it's posted for 5? Well, then I'm gonna start the meeting.
Let me
So,
get out of our
so,
chairs.
yeah,
You belong over here.
okay. Good afternoon. Today is September 10th, and it is 4:52. As a quorum of the board is in attendance, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Central Health Board of Managers. As a reminder, some of our board members may be participating by video conference, so the staff will be managing video and audio feeds of all participants closely to make sure we have a legally compliant meeting at all times. So managers, we're going to be doing public communication at 5:30. And so I have a request I think that we're all going to have to work together tonight to make this meeting move along because we have a very extensive item coming up that's 2 hours from 7 to 9. And I'd like to start it before 7 if possible. So I just ask you all to help us be as succinct as possible. The first part of the meeting, we've got to go through a bunch of things around voting on the budget. And then the second part of the meeting, we have a litigation update, which will take some time. So I'm going to first take a motion. What?
For Dr. Martin? Are we gonna wait for him?
No?
And Chair, have we confirmed that the audio works? Are you all able to hear me now?
Yeah, if we could work with the audio. I can do some things before we get to it. So we'll start with the consent agenda. If I can have a motion. Now, let me make a statement on the consent agenda. Items C2 and C3 we will not be taking up tonight. Those will be taken up next week as part of our liaison committee. And also we're posting a full board meeting so we can take action next week if we're ready for that. So I would like to take a motion on consent item number 1, which is the minutes of the public hearing. Motion from Manager Valadez, second.
Me.
Manager Brinson, all in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, so we are going to go first now we're going to go to our regular agenda, and we're going to go first to our budget item. And managers, we will have a short presentation from our staff, and then we will take questions, and then we will break at 5:30 to take public communication. Depending on the extent of our questions, we could start voting before 5:30, or we can wait until after public communication, depending on how far we've gotten. So this is item number 2, receive, discuss, and take appropriate action on the proposed Central Health fiscal year 2026 budget and the fiscal year 26 budget for community care health centers. So I'll turn this over to our team, Jeff and Joy. Oh,
Okay.
Dr. Lee, I'm sorry. Go right
Thank you,
ahead.
Chair Kitchen. Thank you, managers. Good afternoon. The fiscal year 2026 budget is designed to do one thing exceptionally well: ensure everyone in Travis County can access high-quality care through a strong, resilient safety net system. The takeaway of this presentation is straightforward. This is a disciplined, mission-aligned plan that strengthens access today and builds a more connected, efficient system for tomorrow. With this budget, we're investing wisely, protecting the safety net, and delivering outcomes the community can see and feel. The environment is challenging, funding cuts, growing patient barriers, and national headwinds, but our mission is steady. We are closing gaps in access, shortening wait times, and improving outcomes for the people who need care the most. Next year, Central Health community care, and our community partners will invest more than $1.1 billion to expand access, improve outcomes, and strengthen the healthcare system. And here's what it looks like on the ground. More doctors and clinics for primary and specialty care, expanded mental and behavioral health services, enhanced care coordination for people experiencing homelessness, a stronger, more equitable system for everyone. And to ground this in scale and results, here is what the community can expect from this budget next year. These are the FY26 projections for Central Health, Community Care, Sendero, and our network providers combined, what we will deliver and the workforce that makes it possible. The total number of people we project to serve in FY26 is over 209,000 people. The total number of visits we will deliver ourselves and through our network providers is over 1.245 million visits in FY26. We will deliver over 11,700 episodes of inpatient, post-acute, hospital, and case management care. And all of this care will be delivered through 309 employed providers and a network of more than 11,000 providers across our system. These are essential investments. They touch thousands of lives every day. They're the right thing to do, and they're the best use of local tax dollars because they reduce avoidable ER visits, prevent costly complications, and keep people connected to care. To fund this work, we recommend a property tax rate of 11.8023 cents per $100 of value. For the average Travis County home, about $515,000 in taxable value. That's roughly $64 more per year. Even with this adjustment, Central Health represents about 5% of a typical property tax bill, and we will continue to offer the maximum homestead exemptions allowed. This budget is not just about numbers, it's about a return on investment measured in healthier lives, reduced inequalities, faster access to care, and a safety net that actually works for the people who rely on it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Jeff, if you guys want to.
Yeah, I'll kick off. So for tonight, we have 3 actions that we're requesting the board to approve. One is the Central Health budget. Secondly, is Central Health tax rate, which consists of the M&O and the debt service rate. And then third would be the community care budget. So tonight, we're going to work off of our presentation off this packet, the budget resolution that I think was sent out last night. If we can pull that up.
And it's at everybody's chair,
Yeah.
so.
So while we're pulling it up, those are phenomenal numbers, Dr. Lee. We've spent some time compiling those, and it's astounding, the volume of patients and the number of visits. Okay. So I'm going to jump right to the schedules. We will be presenting schedules both on the Central Health side and the community care side that you've seen before. I'm going to highlight just a few changes in the budget resolution that we made from last night. And so we can go to attachment A. So keep going.
Jeff, would you mind if I make a quick statement? Okay. Just for managers, what Jeff is going to walk us through is what we're voting on tonight. This is the document we're voting on, and I just he'll walk us through it, but I want to bring to y'all's attention on page 3, it tells us what we're voting on, and it says that this document, it's not page 3, it's page 4, number A. It says that we hereby adopt the budget, and if you look at A on page 4, it lists the attachments. So I just want to make clear to everybody that's what we're voting on, is these attachments. And he's going to take us through this. So, okay, go right ahead, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. So, we will keep going we'll just go straight to the attachment. So, sorry, this is kind of small. So this is attachment A. This is the combined budget of, the proposed FY '26 budget for central health and community care. So I'm going to let Joyce Sloan kick off on the community care portion, and then I'll follow up on the central health portion.
Okay, good afternoon. We are so excited to be a part of this dynamic vision for next year. The community care budget is based on producing about 600,000 encounters next year. These will be in medical, dental, behavioral health, and then physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy for children. And so we anticipate generating about $83 million in pharmacy revenue through the 340B program. This will be done through our internal pharmacies as well as our contractual pharmacies, and about $170 million in patient revenue. For total unrestricted revenue, about $254 million in fiscal year 25-26. We have about $16.6 million in grant revenue. That includes the federal 330 grant as well as several state grants that we currently hold. So total income about $285 million. Our expenses are also about $285 million. We project to have about an $83,000 surplus. To me, that's a break even. So there's not a whole lot of room there. And about 87% of our expenses are in healthcare delivery, tied to our care teams that are delivering the 600,000 encounters in the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you, Joy. So now thank you for making that larger for me. So on the central health side, again, for the fiscal year 26 proposed budget, our property tax revenue that we're proposing is 8% of the no new revenue rate. Well, again, we're asking you to vote for that, to approve that tax rate as proposed by staff. In addition to that, we have restricted revenue that consists of a couple of different areas. This is something that we've increased upon both opioid, ECHO funding, and there's a small Shivers grant funding piece of that. And then on the expenses on healthcare delivery, you'll see approximately $80 million increase from FY '25. Let's go to the next slide, which would be attachment B. This is B1 in your folder in the packet. Again, as we get into so when we look at healthcare delivery, looking at purchase healthcare services, there are substantial increases from the previous year related to purchase healthcare services. Excuse me, a substantial increase in primary care of approximately $30 million. And then on the direct healthcare services, there are a couple of new service lines that we're enhancing, psychiatry and addiction care, but that amount's increasing substantially as we build those service lines out from approximately $60 million from the FY '25 budget to $81 million. Next slide. So our healthcare operations is increasing slightly, primarily on the salaries and benefits side. We're transitioning a few components of CUC as we consolidate some of our operations. We're transitioning some eligibility and enrollment positions into central health. And also, and I just want to point this out, in the Sendero budget for '25, we had budgeted $8 million of capital that we did not utilize, in FY '25. So we're, in essence, rolling that over into 2026. And so you see that, in essence, the same amount, although it looks like it's in there twice. And then the next slide is our administration program, increase from 38.5 to a little over 46 million. And you see our new line item, which will also be, and I neglected to mention that we also will be requesting approval for establishing a financial policy to establish a public health center reserve of $12 million. But you see that also under other financing sources, which will be a new item in fiscal year 2026. I want to.
Pardon me, Jeff, before you said you're going to ask us for a policy
Could
to
we
establish.
talk about questions after he finishes?
I might forget.
Pardon?
I might forget. It's something he just said that wasn't clear to me. I didn't understand what he said.
Oh, okay, all right, go ahead.
Oh, now I lost my train. You just said something about establishing a policy to something. What was that?
It's a financial policy for a public health center reserve. I brought that to the last week's meeting. Right, so it's a
Yeah.
separate item.
Yeah, it's item 4.
Right.
Okay,
right,
go ahead,
Right.
go ahead.
And then let me point out a change that we have made. So we have made a change at the very bottom. We have added a line item for a ACA MAP pilot program related around restaurant service, food service industry workers. It consists of a one-year pilot and an assessment of the effectiveness of the outreach, education, and income monitoring. Will consist of those functions. So we have an amount in there not to exceed $500,000 that will be funded. We haven't changed the budget. That would presumably be funded through the contingency reserve fund that we have appropriated also. So that concludes our quick presentation. Be happy to answer any questions. And then we'll go over the explicit tax rate when we get to that item.
Okay, so managers, I'm gonna go around the room and see if folks have any questions. Is Manager Motwani on?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will go around the room first and then I'll come to you. Okay, so we'll start on this side of the room this time. Manager Valadez, do you have any questions?
I have two. One, I'd like to know whether or not we can separate the University of Texas $35 million amount. So it would be out of attachment A, separate from attachment B3, and be its own entity. I would like to know if we could do that.
We can vote separately on it, yes.
Yes.
And that will happen.
Okay. And then with respect to the pilot, on the food service industry employees, is that going to include the restaurant employees that work for hotels? I just want to make sure that that's going to.
I think that this is part of a pilot, which is trying to ascertain who it includes. There's a lot of questions that we have related to this.
I think it can, if that's what you'd
It's
like
not,
to do.
it doesn't exclude them, but
Okay.
I can't specifically answer your question.
Because, you know, if they're working for tips, you know, they're all in the same category as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't make a difference whether they're working in a private restaurant or a private hotel in the restaurant area.
So I would just ask
Correct?
our
I'm assuming.
staff to take note of that suggestion
Clarification.
as you're working on the pilot.
And include.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
okay. Anything else, Manager Valadez?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Manager Martin?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions, but I just want to compliment the staff and the chair's idea for this new budget resolution. The format, it's very clear, it's organized, and I hope it's accessible to, like, everyone can open and see what the description of each of the tables and appendices and all these attachments. So again, thank you for your idea, and thank you staff for getting her vision implemented. So that was really my comment. Thank you.
And I would add, thank you also, Dr. Musatif, because you helped us pull that together in a
right.
way that's clarified, so, thank you.
Much more clarity.
Yeah. Manager Jones?
Yes, thanks very much. There are just three quick questions. On the items, attachment B4, are these enhancements, for instance, Austin Public Health, Austin Area Urban League, 150,000, is this an additional to what we're currently doing, or is this new?
These are new dollars.
These are all new dollars?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same thing holds true for the one below it, and then the Black Men's Health Clinic.
That's correct.
Okay, so these are dollars that will be added to what we're currently doing. Okay, those are my questions, thanks.
Okay, Manager May?
I have no questions, but I also want to echo Chair Steve on what she has helped put together and the staff. Thank you for this. This is better and clear.
Okay, Manager Motwani? I hope we can hear him. Oops.
Here we are again.
Try again.
You're muted. Yeah, he's muted.
You're muted.
Dr. Lee.
Dr. Lee, can you get him?
Can't talk. Please leave a message or send a text.
We're, Chair Kitchen, we're trying to get it, there's a dial-in number, and we're gonna try to get him to use his phone for his
There he is.
audio.
There he is.
He's got it.
He got it.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Great. So FYI, I used the phone number for the Zoom meeting as well, and I was talking to y'all last, and that wasn't audible either. So there may be something we want to look into.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, that's great. I'm just, in case there's anyone public, or I guess we won't have that concern, but maybe prepping for public communication, we just might want to test it. But that being said, I want to echo Manager Musaitis' comments about just everybody really working together and pulling it together. I think staff is the most resilient in the bunch. And that said, I think the chairs have really been sweating this year. And and we've seen it, and I think we feel the results of that. And so I just want to applaud the chairs and their work. Uniquely, of course, Chair Kitchen and our budget chair, Dr. Musaitis. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Manager Valdez?
I'm sorry, I forgot my third, and it was uppermost in my mind. I didn't see for next year's possible our Vivir con Ganas
Is that
seminar,
that
our
should
workshop.
be in the budget, right?
It is in the budget.
Yeah, we just rolled that up.
Oh, it's rolling in. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, managers, we're gonna move to, I think we could move to a vote on the budget, and then we'll move on to the rest of the items, right? Jeff, because those are separate items.
They're separate items. I just was wondering if you wanted to take citizen communication.
What'd you say?
If you wanted to take citizens communication prior to.
No, we can't do that till 5:30, so I think we can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so, so managers, we're going to separate the vote on the budget, into two separate motions. And those will be to allow people to vote separately on the budget minus, the budget without the University of Texas system, and then also on the whole budget. So I'm gonna try this first on the whole budget and make a motion, and then we'll do the second part that let me read it, and I think it'll make sense.
Can we have a motion sheet?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I move that the board approves the Central Health fiscal year 2026 budget for all items other than the items relating to the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system. So that's our first motion. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Manager Musaitif, are you voting? Aye, okay. Manager Motwani, are you voting? Aye. Okay. So now we have the second one.
Nay.
Oh, you're voting no?
Yes.
Okay. The second one is, so you're voting no on the whole budget?
No, on that, yes.
Okay. The second item is, I move that the board approve the budget items in the Central Health fiscal year 2026 budget that pertain to the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system. And I have a second?
I have a question.
Okay.
It might be, and I tried to ask David this question. So maybe, and he said this is a Jeff's response.
Okay.
For the 35, under which item does it apply? Under University of Texas at Austin or under the system? So can you clarify
Oh,
which
thank
one?
you for asking that, yes.
Yeah, so I just needed
The
that
35
clarification.
million is, I'm not sure why we're separating the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system. Because we only have one payment, right? Yes. Okay, so we could just say the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system, right?
So why is the-
Yes, you could, in fact, the reason we usually separated that is there were people who worked for system and there were people who worked for
Oh,
University
that
of
was a
Texas at
working
Austin.
thing. That was
Yes.
not the,
And
okay.
we put these on there as optional, and if someone wants to abstain,
Oh, I see.
you take it,
Okay.
and if someone does not, so you may want to take a motion to revisit that vote and combine it a different way.
I did combine the first vote.
Yes, he did, she did.
I did. Yes,
Yes.
I combined them.
She said that in her vote,
Yeah.
in her.
I think
Did
Manager
you need
Musaitif
me
may
to
have
redo
voted
it?
for that in error.
Did you need me to redo it?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Okay, what I did with the two motions so far, which we can change if we need to, is the first motion included the whole budget except for the 35 million, okay? The second motion is just on the 35 million. So that's the way I've got it right now. Now, if someone wants to recuse themselves because of who they work for, then we'll need a different motion, set of motions.
And
Yes.
Madam Chair, I thought that you specifically said for the University of Texas and then the University of Texas system. So
Right.
you actually.
I said 'em
you-
both.
Yes, you said them both, okay.
Set them both.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
is that all right?
Yeah, I just wanted that clarification, and if we can have a discussion on that item, please.
Okay, so the second motion is, I move that the budget approve the budget items in the Central Health fiscal year 2026 budget that pertain to the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system. So can I have a second? Okay, now, did you want to discuss that?
Yes. So, if you may allow me,
Okay.
I just have a few words, if
Okay.
possible. First of all, I was reminded of this quote: "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." So those were Dr. King's words that really resonated with me and reminded me of my responsibility as a public health professional and my fiduciary responsibility in public funds. No one on this board has ever been a greater supporter of the Dell Medical School than I have. And I still, till this today, I continue to believe that we are healthier because of the medical school. And it really pains me to make this vote this evening, and it's really primarily due to some of the recent decisions that the medical school have made that conflicts with my personal and professional beliefs. The closure of the Health Equity Office and terminating its staff, while we have personally asked for a quarterly update on the Health Equity Strategic Plan. I did meet with the dean early on this year to address our position related to health equity and our responsibility to address the health needs of our most vulnerable in this community. And it is really depressing, heartbreaking to know that where we are as a society. I understand the politics behind certain things and naming certain programs or divisions or offices, but also we have a responsibility. And I know many of the voices are not here at the table, but as a person who has a saying in this and in our mission to provide care for all those who need, I ask and hope that the medical school provide us with a clear strategy in the direction they are headed in terms of providing care for our most vulnerable. And that is really the reasoning for my vote this evening. And I commend them on their efforts and the work they're doing in terms of innovation, AI. But I also ask that they really exert intentional effort to provide care for our most vulnerable and to really focus it on their programs, the way even the teachings for their next generation of the clinicians who will provide care for our community. So those are really brief remarks and my reasoning for the vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masadev. I would like to see if anybody else wants to comment, but I would like to just bring to everyone's attention an email that I believe went out to you earlier today. I hope that went out, right? It did not go out? Okay, that is a problem. We can talk about that later. I had asked our staff to send you an email earlier today, and that email was an update to you all because you all had requested, and as you have requested also, that the dean of the medical school be invited to come back and talk with us about about our questions around health equity and DEI and that kind of thing. And so Dr. Brinson and I had the opportunity to make that invitation, and the dean enthusiastically accepted it and said that she is looking forward to coming and talking with us. So the email that I had planned to go out today told you that, and also included some information in it that she had shared with us to date. She had shared some information to date, not complete, but just some examples of some things they were doing around health equity. I'm just mentioning that right now as an FYI to everyone. My apologies that you didn't get it today. You should be getting it shortly. So, does anybody else want to make a comment on this vote? Yes.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes.
With respect to this vote. Last year, I abstained from this vote because I wanted to give the University of Texas Medical School an opportunity to convince me about the worthiness of our investment. Through the year, while I have not been necessarily convinced differently in terms of how I felt, I will say that I will vote for them this year, and for the sole reason that I want us to move forward with respect to future steps with with the University of Texas and the medical school. I too, I'm concerned about some of the decision-making that UT has made with respect to new policy coming out of the legislature. But I am hopeful that as they begin to potentially work closer with us, that we might be able to mitigate some of that programming as has been changed in this last year or as we move forward. So anyway, I want my colleagues to know that I feel the same way like many of you, but at the same time, I want us to move forward. I want us to be able to grow in a partnership with the University of Texas. So for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and support them this year. Doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to vote that way next year, but that's where I'm at this year. Thank you.
Okay, other comments?
I'm just going to be very brief.
Okay.
Oh, Shannon, go ahead.
Okay.
I have a real challenge voting for this budget for the University of Texas, and I've shared it here with you all, but I'd like to highlight it given that this is an opportunity time. The money that we're collecting and we're providing for this university should be used for the citizens in this community. And given that the taxpayer dollars are targeted for populations that fall within what is referred to as those areas that they don't fund anymore, DEI, primarily those 200% of poverty or below, I find it very difficult to be able to support this budget this year. However, having said that, I most likely will like to hear from the dean in terms of what she was going to do. The fact that we don't have that information here makes me a little more, even more hesitant.
Well, that's why I wanted to get the information out to you today, so.
So having said that, between now and the vote, I'll have to decide how I will proceed. I will either vote no or I may abstain.
Okay, I'm gonna go around to the room, the rest of the room first.
All right,
Dr. Brinson?
I want to say that we do not have a complete picture of our relationship with the university. You know, we have been given the data, but the staff needs to run the data, figure out how to do that. The university does pay for half of all of the faculty, and many of those faculty, though I can't tell you how many, work within our community care clinics, and they work, you know, with the residents all the time. And so they're providing half of that, and the patients that they take care of are all ours, ultimately, especially if they're in the community care clinics and in the specialty clinic. So I think it's important that we have not been given a full picture, and we could be given the full picture, but not before the vote today. In running through in my mind what it would cost, I feel that they are getting, at least this year, they have definitely spent what we have given them.
Okay. Okay, quickly.
Yes, I was just gonna say, this information that you asked for staff to forward to us, you were hoping that we would get it before this meeting, or at least around this time, so we'd be aware. Is there any way that they can just make copies of it real quick, so that people have
Yeah, let's
an
do that.
opportunity to look at it
Let's
real
make,
quick?
thank you for that suggestion. Let's make copies real quick for folks. And again, I'm just gonna tell you what the information is. What the information is it was not presented to us as comprehensive or complete. It was presented to us as examples in order to give us something immediately that we could share with you, understanding that, that it'll take a little time to get the dean on our agenda to come talk to us. So it was examples of how they educate and how they include health equity in their education of residents and fellows. It was an example of their commitment that their students make to health equity. It was an example of some other aspects, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, some other aspects of what they do for health equity. So again, it was intended to just be a sample with the intent to come and talk to us. The dean was very interested and appreciative of the invitation to come and talk to us, and so I'm looking forward to that. And we'll have the opportunity, and everyone will have the opportunity to talk with her directly and to ask whatever questions they want of her, and also to express your concerns and your interest directly to her. So, okay.
Thank you. I'd like to second that. I teach the students, and at the end of every semester of teaching session, I have to review. Part of that review includes a full area on their understanding of diversity and equity.
Okay.
It is one thing that is specifically we grade them on. It is sent to us from the medical school to assess them on this issue, about their intelligence socially, about where people are coming from, the racial inequities, the financial inequities, and I'd really like to support that and say that is part of the review I do at the end of every month.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Okay, so anyone else have anything to say before we take this vote?
Yeah, I don't know how to say this, so this is a question more for, I guess, Jeff. Is it possible that we could take a vote contingent upon having some mile markers in terms of having this report in and concurred with by a certain time?
I don't think so. And let me just explain my thinking on that to see if I can answer your question. There's two different things going on. Well, okay. Let me back up. So what you're asking, let me make sure I'm hearing you. So what you're asking, if we can take a vote on this item,
On the
contingent upon what? Receiving information from the dean, or contingent upon our meeting with the dean? What do you?
Meeting with the dean.
Okay.
And approving the recommendation that's put forth at that time.
The dean will not be putting.
For strategy, you said there was some material we're going to be getting.
There's two different things. What she is going to come and speak to us about is how her commitment to health equity, and how the medical school carries out their commitment to health equity. That is one thing. She's going to come talk to us. The other item that I think Dr. Brinson was referencing was the data that we request from the medical school that relates to substantiating the use of the 35 million. I can tell you that, and I think this was part of your board meeting, 2 board meetings ago, that the medical school has provided every piece of data that we have requested. Our staff is in the process of analyzing that data, and our staff plans to bring that back to us, I think end of September or 1st of October. So does that make sense? Is that clear?
Yes, but
okay.
We're asked to make decisions tonight
yeah.
about data which we don't have.
Okay, well, what we can do...
And I'm not saying it's the university's fault that we don't have it.
Okay, well, here's what we can do. We have a motion on the table that we will need to vote on. If you would like to amend that motion to add a contingency, then we can vote on whether or not we want to add that contingency. And then if that vote will either pass or not. I personally cannot support that because I feel that we have a path to understanding the use of the 35 million, and I personally am satisfied and very happy with what the school is providing. But you certainly have the right to make that amendment to the motion if you would like to do so.
But let me read this quickly.
Okay,
so I
just
can see
to remind you that, okay, that's fine.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, let me see, was there anybody who hasn't spoken yet that wanted to, manager?
It's going to be a 1-minute speak.
Okay, you speak and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, turn on your microphone.
Mine's going to be short and almost not even necessary, but I have a historical issue with the fundamental philosophy of education and provision of services to our demographic within the state of Texas. And they are our #1 highest receiver of dollars. They have the Permanent University Fund, plus every other entity in the world, basically. They are responsible. They are the #1 university in the state of Texas responsible for furthering the higher education component for our demographic, all of our demographic in the state of Texas, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, religion, etc. And they have not, and in addition to that, the hiring of professors and staff that should be representative of that demographic. And when they do not do that from the top down, how do you tell about an entity? You look at them from the top down. Are they representative of our demographic? We ask for entities to come to us and talk to us about their makeup of the people at the highest levels and then throughout the system. They do not meet that criteria, in my opinion. They can provide services, but unless we are receiving those regular reports that show how each dollar is being spent, because they're tax dollars that they're getting from us, and they haven't done it, then that's lacking. And so, knowing that, I cannot, in all fairness to the University of Texas and to my beliefs, support them in this particular effort. They know full well what our concerns have been. We've said them year after year. I know I have. And for them, as being an entity, an administrative entity of the caliber that they are, to force us to have to wait for some report, I don't know.
That is not accurate.
Well, I just know that they are an entity fully capable of providing requested information on a timely basis.
Which they have done. So Manager Valadez, you're certain, it's
Anyway,
important.
I thank you, I appreciate it, I'm entitled to my opinion, and that is it.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, you are.
Thank you so much.
You're entitled to your opinion, but we need to be talking about our opinions here based on fact. And the fact is that Dell Medical School has provided us every piece of data that we have asked for, okay? So
I know
just
in the past I have historically asked for information
Well,
that I have
that
not
may be in
received.
the past.
Okay?
That may be in the past. I'm
And
talking
so-
about
and
right
so,
now.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just talking about right now. Okay. Did you want to say something? No, wait. I'm sorry. Manager Motwani had his hand up.
Legal had a question.
Well, Manager Motwani had his hand up. Did you want to
I'm
speak?
gonna call him.
Okay.
Yep.
And then we'll come back to that.
Can you put me on the microphone?
Let me see.
We got you.
Okay, thanks. Hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Well, I think, about this particular item, the concerns of the board are certainly understandable, given who we are and fundamentally what we're trying to do. This board is meticulously selected by our elected officials to ensure a diverse representation of our commitment to make sure the most vulnerable in our community get the care they need, which I believe we all believe is a fundamental human right. And over these last 5 years, I've had the privilege to get to know the amazing folks in the room who use our moral compasses and our lived and our professional experiences to guide this work. And even still in all these years, I feel like we've known that we didn't have the resources to help everyone, and our moral compasses have collectively continued to guide us. And I believe, when I first joined the board a while back, our concerns with the med school were certainly understandable. And in that time, the most dramatic change and truly compelling change that I've seen is when Dean Lucanetti joined. And I feel that we're all constrained in some way, form, or fashion by conditions that are in many ways out of our hands. Not necessarily out of our hands in general, but out of our hands by means of what this forum can accomplish. And, particularly constraints by the state, perhaps, by federal laws, by federal actions. And I feel that that's resulted in challenges for us where our resources are even that much more finite, if you will, and difficult to provision. But that means our decisions on how we allocate those resources are that much harder. But even still, we know that we're not going to be able to help everyone. And I feel that the one constant I know is change. And what I've seen with Dean Lucanetti and her approach, which I feel, quite frankly, is humble in many ways, or has been humble in many ways, that constant of change, or seeing that change has been very important and very helpful to me. And I think that, and I'm certainly clear on the constraints that I believe that, any system that's affiliated with the state government might be experiencing. And I do see a world where this is going to get better. And I feel like if we have the right people in the room to snap into action whenever things are better, we're going to be better off for it. And I see a future where, with the changes that we've seen in UT's approach, and I understand some of the recent updates have been concerning on manifold levels, but overall, I see the potential for just a stellar partner in our ability to be able to leverage shared resources and truly bring best-in-class care for all those who deserve it, or at least all those who deserve it whom we can reach. And I really hope that we can make this vote and demonstrate our faith and our confidence that things can change and things can get better. Because frankly, I don't really appreciate what the alternative could be. And it's that hope that sort of keeps me moving forward. And that said, I understand, I think we all know that I come from a community of color, and my lived and personal experience also echoes so many of the concerns we have. So I don't necessarily dispute the concerns other board members have. I do believe that through democracy, though, in this process that we have, we will achieve the best solutions together. And I think, these are hard conversations we have to have. And I think the finest flour comes sometimes from the heaviest grinding. But, with all that said, it's not an easy choice. But at the end of the day, I don't see a choice, because I see UT as a bastion of potential that I see being realized in smaller microcosms right now. But I really, really do see our partnership with UT as something, given the right community conditions, that our community and our county will be appreciating for generations to come. So that's why I support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to the vote. I think you had one comment. We had, Dr. Musaitov had already raised her hand, one comment, and then we're just going to move on to the vote. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to reiterate definitely the commitment that we cannot do this work alone. The partnership is critical with the UT University, and they have done phenomenal work, and they continue to do. This is not on them. This is primarily a strategy, a commitment, and that is what I'm hoping to see. And thank you, Dr. Martin, for what you've shared with us. I'm really delighted to hear that component in your grading for students. But I just wanted to reiterate the vote today is really because I care about this institution, I care about the community, I care so much about the work we're doing, and I believe they have great potential, and they will be doing great work. It is just a key reminder of our priorities for our community. And Chair, I appreciate this email. This is great, but to me, it's just links and that I don't have access to. So based on this email, I cannot really make a decision other way. So I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Everyone is entitled, everyone's entitled to their perspective and their opinion. That's what we're here for. So I'm going to call the question on the vote. The amendment, the motion that we have in front of us is, I move that the board approve the budget items in the Central Health fiscal year 2026 budget that pertain to the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system. And I had a second for that. So I'm going to call that vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Any abstentions? He was an aye.
He was an aye, sorry. I can only.
Okay, so that passes. Okay, we're going to break now for our public comment. I'm sorry,
Could I request approval of the community care?
we already did that.
Community care?
We did do that. That was part of our, that was part of our motion. Well, let me, Jeff, let me make sure. We said, yeah, we approved the budget, the whole budget, which included the community care.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so, members, we'll break, we'll have our public comment here, and then we'll come back. We have a number of other budget items we have to approve. Yes?
I know we've taken a vote and it's nothing. I just would like to say to the University of Texas that this vote should send a message that we're not pleased and that we need particularly for them to be engaged in other things. So I just think that should be public acclamation to them that the board is divided on their success and what they're doing. We're willing to work with them, but they've got to produce. Otherwise, there may be other options that a board will have to take.
Okay, thank you. All right, so are we ready for public comment? Let's see, do I need to read something for public comment? So managers, we are going to move to our item related to public comment. And so do we have public comment?
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Public speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Staff will track time and advise when the limit is reached. Speakers will have 30 seconds to conclude before muted. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, the board cannot deliberate on items not posted on the agenda, but may place them on a future agenda. We have Dr. Joel Mullen, who's here in person. Dr. Mullen, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, no.
And then just press that button. Yes.
And in all seriousness, I am Dr. Joel Mullen, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in my personal capacity. I arrived in Travis County over 7 years ago, and since that time, I've led and joined a number of efforts to improve access to care and quality of care, raising the highest quality for people in this county, especially those in greatest need. It's an approach that's logical for me given my expertise as an internal medicine physician and public health expert. With that lens, I had an immediate reaction to an Austin Statesman article from August 4th, which cited the great recognition that community health centers, including those in Central Texas, receive from the Health Resources and Services Administration awards for quality. Perhaps you've even addressed them here. It's noteworthy, and I'm not here with anything more than a glass half full and a glass half empty. The article concluded with the statement that no Central Texas clinics received recognition in behavioral health, heart health, diabetes health, or cancer health, nor did any receive recognition for preventive health or high-value care. Anybody who knows me knows that that's going to sting for me. And I thought about writing a letter to the editor of the Austin Statesman, but figured it would be much better to bring my concern here, given the authority that you have. So the end of the article for me shouldn't have been the end, but instead was a conversation starter, and that's why I'm here. Particularly informed by the 2025 Austin Public Health Chronic Disease Report, which cited cancer and heart disease as the leading causes of mortality, with stroke number 4, suicide number 7, and diabetes number 8. So seeing that none of the recognition for quality touched on the conditions underlying those was especially striking. Similarly, for premature causes of death, cancer was number 1, heart disease number 2, diabetes number 6, and stroke related to those number 7. Heart disease not decreasing, and the rates of diabetes increasing. So as a former medical director of a neighborhood health center, I know what it's like to be recognized for quality. It's no small feat. But I also know the importance of having an intentional approach to improve outcomes through the processes of care to improve both access and quality. So I wanted to come today with some suggestions that you have, as a board, the opportunity to continue to push for an intentional focus on outcomes, to really hear about what the processes of care are beyond general approaches to improving access, because it's access to what end? Data are really important to that. Data that's complete, comprehensive, disaggregated, that's reported publicly and transparently so that the community can also see it. It's a way for all the organizations that work together in this end to hold themselves accountable and to allow the public to hold all involved accountable for anybody's millions of dollars that they say they are applying for this work.
30 seconds.
I'll conclude with a statement to please consider the importance of both primary care and public health in getting this done. And given where we are right now in this country and seeing the erosion of public health, which is going to hit hard at home as well, I can't really make a budget recommendation, but I will. And so if there's any resource allocation for Austin Public Health, I hope you'll consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mullen. We appreciate hearing from you. We have another speaker.
Good evening, Board of Managers. My name is Isela Guerra. I am Senior Manager of Community Engagement and Outreach here at Central Health. And we're here to share some exciting news about our Vivir con Ganas Community Health Expo. This expo has really been a labor of love for us. We have started planning this since well over a year ago. And we have really been thinking through, along with partners, the timing, the content, the logistics, promotion, the community needs, because we knew that Hispanic Heritage Month would be a very busy season and we wanted to get it right. Our small but mighty team has poured their hearts into this with help from our patient, internal, and external partners advisory committees. And of course, Manager Valadez has been an incredible consultant and guide along the way. Thank you, Manager Valadez, for proposing this conference. We've partnered closely with individuals who are parts of groups like Austin Public Health, LULAC, Austin ISD, Del Valle ISD, Promo Salud, Austin Voices for Education and Youth. And as many of you may know, Hispanic Heritage Month kicks off September 15th. And in Austin, this is also known as festival season, when weekend calendars are packed with activities and community events, and people can actually be outside and enjoy the cooler temperatures together. September 27th will be an exciting weekend for the Latino community here in Austin and Travis County. In addition to our conference, there is also the Corazon Latino celebration that will occur later that afternoon and well into the evening. Austin Public Health is a sponsor for this event, and we are helping to promote it as the natural after party and a way to keep the fiesta going for our expo attendees. We're adding the information to our pre-event email, and we'll make an announcement at our conference. We're also offering Cap Metro passes that are good for the full day so that people can get to and from both events.
And hello, I think you all know me, but my name is
Sorry, I have the timer on this. My name is Yesenia Ramos, Community Engagement Manager. To continue on what Isela said, Vivir con Ganas was designed with our Latino MAP and MAP Basic members in mind. That's why we built in things like free transportation, free childcare, and health programming focused on chronic conditions that most impact our Latino community, presented in Spanish with English interpretation provided on site. But it's also open to all who want to learn this information. It will be streamed on YouTube Live, so people can watch on a computer or tablet or on their mobile device, or they can join us in person. And while this is our first year, it's just the beginning. I'm honored to have been appointed to serve as the Vice Chair of the City of Austin's Hispanic Latino Quality of Life Commission this past June. So I'll be able to help ensure our future events align with the city's priorities and celebrations, opening the door for even stronger collaboration with our city partners. We're so proud, and that is my time, sorry. We're so proud, we're ready, and we're so excited to see Vivir con Ganas become a tradition that truly reflects the heart and the needs of our Latino community here in Travis County. And for more information, the public can go to vivirconganas.net and register for this inaugural event. I also have stacks of flyers for both events, the Vivir con Ganas Community Health Expo and Corazon Latino, and we hope to see y'all on Saturday, September 27th, Viviendo con Ganas. Gracias.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to personally thank Manager Valadez. She has been a champion for this effort for years, and it's so exciting that it's coming to fruition. And I hope that all of us as board members can come and support her and support our staff and support everyone who's there. So thank you.
I'd like to say one thing.
Sure.
I want to thank Central Health.
Okay.
For having committed to this, Dr. Lee, to our board, because you all voted to include this last year in our budget. So, but who the beneficiaries of this are our communities, regardless of their language or regardless of their color of their skin. Our entire community will benefit from this, and we'll see a commitment that Central Health has to improving our quality of life and working with the governmental entities and our partners in the community to make sure that we are all on the same page, benefiting from the resources that your tax dollars and your support will provide to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, managers, we're now going to go back to, after we finish the vote, we will.
We're not done with the vote?
But no, we.
No, it's a roll call vote, and it's as proposed at 8% over the non-revenue rate.
Okay, so it's a roll call vote, and is someone going to lead us through that, or do you need me to do that?
The motions that you have in front of you are literally from the statute. They're laid out
Okay.
in the tax code. They have to be read
Okay.
verbatim.
All right, I will do that.
And the cents are very difficult to read because it's $0 period.
Okay,
So it's
I
cents.
will.
Sorry.
I will start reading. So each subpart requires a roll call vote. For this roll call vote, Ms. Harris will call the name of each board member in attendance. Each board member must indicate whether they are voting yay, nay, or abstaining from a vote on the tax rate. Ms. Harris will confirm your vote before moving on to the next member to ensure we have an accurate vote tally. Okay, so the first one, item A.
Apologies, Madam Chair, before you
I'm
start.
sorry, what?
You didn't actually read the item. You read item.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item is item number, we are on item number 3, which is discuss and take appropriate action on Central Health's proposed fiscal year 2026, tax year 2025 tax rates. A is total maintenance and operations tax rate, B is total debt service tax rate, and C is total ad valorem tax rate.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a motion first on A. For For the maintenance and operations tax rate, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.113569, which is effectively an 8% increase in the tax rate. So I'll make the motion. Do we have a second? Manager Valadez? Yes, I think so, yeah.
Just a really 30-second comment. Really, this is related to more the community, and it's really difficult on us when it comes to raising taxes. But however, we are left without a choice. The current climate, some of the federal policies have really impacted some of the services that are currently provided. And in order for us really to sustain those services, we had to make the difficult choice of raising the taxes. And we definitely, and I understand the impact on our taxpayers within this community. So just wanted to reiterate, it was a really difficult decision, but it is to ensure that individuals still can continue to receive the care that they are currently receiving, and for more individuals who no longer have jobs or qualify for any other services. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you want to proceed?
Okay, I'll go left to right and then end with Manager Matwani. So Manager Cynthia Valadez? Yes. Manager Cynthia Valadez votes yes. Secretary Manuel Martin? Secretary Manuel Martin votes yes. Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson votes yes. Chairperson Ann Kitchen?
Yes.
Chairperson Ann Kitchen votes yes. Treasurer Maramu Saitif?
Yes.
Treasurer Maramu Saitif votes yes. Manager Shannon Jones?
Yes.
Manager Shannon Jones votes yes. Manager Elisa May?
Yes.
Manager Elisa May votes yes, and Manager Amit Matwani.
Yes.
Manager Amit Matwani votes yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, so that motion passes. So we'll now go on to the second motion, item B. For the debt service tax rate, I move that the property tax be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.004454, which is effectively a 0.3% decrease in the tax rate. And this is for the debt service tax rate. Proceed?
You need a second?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, second. Go ahead.
Manager Cynthia Valadez? Yes. Manager Cynthia Valadez votes yes. Secretary Manuel Martin? Yes. Secretary Manuel Martin votes yes. Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson votes yes. Chairperson Ann Kitchen?
Yes.
Chairperson Ann Kitchen votes yes. Treasurer Maramu Saitif?
Yes.
Treasurer Maramu Saitif votes yes. Manager Shannon Jones?
Yes.
Manager Shannon Jones votes yes. Manager Elisa May?
Yes.
Manager Elisa May votes yes. And Manager Amit Matwani?
Yes.
Manager Amit Matwani votes yes.
Okay, that motion passes. I'll move on to item C. For the total ad valorem tax rate, which is the sum of the maintenance and operations tax rate and the debt service tax rate, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.118023, which is effectively a 9.3% increase in the tax rate. Second by Manager Valadez. Proceed.
Manager Cynthia Valadez? Yes. Manager Cynthia Valadez votes yes. Secretary Manuel Martin? Yes. Secretary Manuel Martin votes yes. Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Cynthia Brinson votes yes. Chairperson Ann Kitchen?
Yes.
Chairperson Ann Kitchen votes yes. Treasurer Maramu Saitif?
Yes.
Treasurer Maramu Saitif votes yes. Manager Shannon Jones?
Yes.
Manager Shannon Jones votes yes. Manager Elisa May?
Yes.
Manager Elisa May votes yes. And Manager Amit Matwani?
Yes.
Manager Amit Matwani votes yes.
Okay, that passes. So members, thank you. We will need each of you to sign the tax resolution that was provided in your backup materials. Brianna Harris will be reaching out to you to find out the best way to obtain your signature. The tax resolution summarizing these votes will be presented along with the budget to the Travis County Commissioners Court on Tuesday, September 16th. we will now move on to item number 4.
Is there a way that we can sign tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, which is discuss and take appropriate action on a Central Health Public Health Center reserve policy. So Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. So, last meeting, I presented a proposed financial policy that establishes a public health center reserve. I've made a few changes. I think that's outlined in your packet in red on the proposed policy. The biggest change that I made on the policy itself is just upon any use of the funds, we would notify the Central Health Board of Managers within 72 hours or whatever's reasonably practicable related to the use of those funds. Otherwise, it's the same policy I presented last meeting, and we're requesting action to approve this financial policy.
Okay. Are there any questions for Jeff? No? Okay. Someone want to make a motion? Yes, go ahead.
I move that the board approve the Central Health Public Health Center Reserve policy as presented by staff.
Second? Second. Okay, Manager Valadez, second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, that passes. Okay, managers, we are now going to move into closed session, so I'm going to call us into closed session, and then we'll take, 5 or 10 minutes for a little break before we get into it. Yeah, let me read that. Okay, so it is September 10th, and the time is 6:07, and we are moving into closed session. So managers, please get back here by 6:15 at the latest, because we'll get started again.
Sorry, Chair Kitchen, you need to read the script that has all the exceptions.
Oh, okay.
And then quickly read the items, just so.
Okay, you're right, thank you. I'm not following the script. My apologies. Okay. So this is for items 5 through 10. So item 5 is receive and discuss a quarterly compliance update, including outstanding compliance issues. Item 6 is to receive and discuss an overview of legislative and regulatory issues impacting the central health system. Item 7 is discuss updates on matters related to a performance review by Ms. Ars, contracted by Travis County. Item 8 is to receive and discuss a briefing regarding Travis County Healthcare District DBA Central Health versus Ascension, Texas, FKA Seton Healthcare Family. Cause number D-1-GN-23-000398. Item number 9, receive and discuss a briefing regarding Birch et al. Versus Travis County Healthcare District DBA Central Health and Dr. Patrick Lee. Cause number D-1-GN-17-005824 in the 345th District Court of Travis County. And then item number 10, which is deliberation and possible action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of one or more Central Health employees. Okay, and then I announce that the board is convening in closed session to discuss those items. Agenda items 4 through 9 is under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. And agenda item 10 is under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters. So it is September 10th, and the time is 6:09, and we are going to move into closed session. And so again, if please we'll give a little break, but please get back here by 6:15. So. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, everybody, it's still September 10th, and it is 8:42, and we're going back into open session. So managers, we've completed all of our items. I forgot to say this before, but item number 1, which is the report from Dr. Lee, that's in your backup. So you have a written report from him in your backup. And so I'm going to go on now to our last item, number 11, which is to confirm the next regular board meeting date, time, and location. So managers, our next Board of Managers meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, September 24th. But I do want to let you all know that we have posted a board meeting for next week. Next week, we have posted our CUC Liaison Committee, and everyone is invited to that. And there's a number of topics that we'll be covering on that. But we also posted a regular board meeting in case we're ready to take action on Dr. Yagoda's employment agreement. So just want to bring that to y'all's attention. So, yes.
I don't have the meeting for next week.
It's just been posted. I don't think they've sent it out yet. Have you not? So
They'll probably post tomorrow.
can you tell it, remind them of the date?
September 18th, 4 to 6 p.m.
September 18th, 4 to 6. That's September 16th.
September 16th, we don't know the time.
Tuesday, yes. Okay, so at this time, I'm ready to accept a motion for adjournment. Okay, motion second, all in favor? All right, we're done.